Hola otra vez. Como he dicho esta mañana, aquí estoy otra vez a continuar un ratillo con el Divinity. Esos juegos que tengo ahí en la biblioteca de Steam desde que salió prácticamente. Y ya van por la segunda parte y ya van a hacer Baldur's Gate 3 y yo ahí esperando. Pero bueno, es lo que tiene. A ver si me acuerdo por dónde iba. Si no recuerdo mal, había recién salido de esto, de la dimensión esta del duendecillo, diablillo, historiador. Pero ni me acuerdo qué es lo que tenía que hacer. Sí, estaba ya metido en el grupo a esta mujer amadora. Parece que también es una guerrera. Una caballera, o sea, un caballero. O una caballero. Por el aspecto, tiene espada a dos manos. Sí, yo diría que sí, debe ser un caballero. Aunque en principio no veo que lo diga por ningún sitio.
Have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Sí, había hablado con este gato. He investigado la habitación, creo. A ver, no está aquí el diario. Ya tampoco me acuerdo cómo se...
Come now, Alistair. Sure you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've got to my match is when I linger over long while writing my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing
A ver, completadas fuera. La esposa del consejero. Es donde tenía que ir a hablar con esta mujer. La del gato. El viejo de los buscadores de la fuente. Esta es la principal. Lo misterioso. Es lo mismo. Mala sangre entre elfos y orcos. Vamos a poner el rey cangrejo. Dicho, necesita nuestra ayuda, sin razón. Hospicio a la iglesia. Sí, verdad. Los legionarios que habían ido a dos lugares diferentes. Tres. Sí, tres. Iglesia, los túmulos y el faro. Faro de los muertos. Los bastones de Cecil. Los bastones de... Sí, vale, esta la tenía el marinero, es el capitán. Cada trabajo a esta gente, en la oscuridad. Vale, estos dos parlantes. Vale, vale. Vamos primero a lo que parece... Bueno, no sé si he hablado con esta gente o no.
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart. Yes, I am part of that band of valiant heroes. You must speak with Mendius. He stands...
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time. What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Almighty? Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case. And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly. 3 years running.
La revista Misiones Secundarias.
Your interest is piqued, I see. I'd suggest you have a chat with Mendius outside. He's in charge of recruitment and other such drudgery. A word of warning, though, we only accept the best and the brightest. By the looks of you, I'm not sure you'll make the cut. Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time. Though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few skeletons.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived. As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be. Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder. Which one? I've written, Esmeralda, more works of lyrical mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake. It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish the man harm.
Watch out! I smell... Oh, the fierce stench of frightened source goblins.
Actually, I think that's only roast pig.
Ah, yes. Yes, of course. This time. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
Better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Get it, Ostrich! These patches only hours from the sea.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Vamos a vender algo.
Let's see.
¿Quién esta mujer está entre
cheese,
nosotros?
tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man who invented cheeses.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Aaron has as many friends as the man who invented cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Vale, no puedo vender lo que tengo dentro de las bolsas.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Red and orange
gracious patron. I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapors?
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Alguna cosa podría comprar, a ver. Un bardeo eléctrico. Bien penetrante.
Red and orange,
Matado
yellow
de
and
tormentas.
green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Agarre aéreo. Altos como futuros son los conductos frente de ellos. Invisibilidad.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Ataque de rayo. Esa invisibilidad no estaría mal. Bueno, 720.
Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Locura, petrificación, ralentización y aturdimiento.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Estaría mal.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Let us see if you can choose the finest
Acción
green.
menor.
Not in the mood for cheese.
Ah, bien, sí, bien.
Or holes to the slice of this fine Norman man.
Lluvia. No sé si lo tenía ya, lluvia, no tenía pergaminos, ¿no? De lluvia.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff. Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots. Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
En principio se supone que esta mujer debería poder
Halibut,
aprender.
cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big cheese
Estoy
on your
quedando sin
book with a
espacio.
wheel of the good stuff.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Bueno, no, que hay más barros de hacerlo rápido.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Estos libros se venden más. Ah, no, es decir, se venden bastante bien, pero este sí, curiosamente. Ah, no. Vale, no. está en pergamino.
Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel and a good stuff.
Sí. Curiosamente el libro cambia de precio dependiendo de qué ítem vea. Es decir, el pergamino la guía básica de las pirámides cuesta 1 euro. O aquí el libro de fluidos cuesta 1 euro. El pergamino cuesta 192 y ahora paso al libro, el libro cuesta 192. Eso será un bug, a ver.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Oh, no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying,
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
So tell me, Septimus, would your
Leave
wife
me be, I've a job to do.
should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, lady. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
Tremendo.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her, even though she is, until proven guilty, wholly innocent. I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists. Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending. You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda in the murder of her husband? Well, let's have it then. And what questions are those? The Sicilians used to say this was a chosen place, favored by the higher powers. But they don't talk like that much these days. Hard to feel favored with such horrors haunting every border, I imagine. I've fought orcs crazed with blood liquor, withstood assaults by ogres wielding clubs made of human bones and teeth. Aye, I've braved the poisonous spear tips of goblins aplenty. But never did I know fear until I faced the undead. Not a pleasant thing for a legionnaire to feel fear. But there you have it nonetheless.
Vale.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor, but his one and only princess just the same.
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of his pastimes, nothing more. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare.
Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches. Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool. This letter, it was a show of passion. A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. He's not like Septimus.
Well, what do you want to know?
Can you tell this is the most ancient city in Amdervale? That pagan statue jutting out from the harbour is thousands of years old, in fact. If an orcish cannon damages any of the ancient structures, there'll be hell to pay. Sometimes I forget they're even out there, to be honest. Remember above all to stay behind the wall, we tell our children. And when you've been heeding your own advice for seasons on end, you almost start to forget what the fuss was about in the first place. Better not to, though. They're still out there, the dead, and from the looks of it, they'll always be.
She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus.
Legion's greetings, Hunter. You claim to possess evidence. There now, she was stringing Ferrol along. Ha! A pampered brat, that Duke, just like she says. Barks worse than his bite, no doubt. He'll be gone from here the instant he can, but I'll still be here, steadfast and by Milady's side.
Te voy a robar. Tienen telarañas aquí. La piedra lunar, malaquita, carro estelar. Pero supongo que si lo pillo, llevará al ladrón. Encontrar una carta de amor, vale, son la vida de Jake, dice que no ha cometido el ser, pero se hasta poco de filósofo. Busco suelas que... Ya, carburé bastante.
Can you spare a coin?
My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? You're a real war hero.
Bueno, se suele ver una piedra gigante entrando en tu casa. Y bueno, quedo dos. Claro, tiene habilidades encanalladas. Ya había encontrado un acceso al cementerio lleno de criptas.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in? Ah, the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the Gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself. Marvelous! Follow me then.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
The gallows? Well, I've heard of such a thing, but I've never seen one myself. I don't think I care to either.
What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown. The beacon of culture and learning in our fair city. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here among her beloved books. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
Dale, siempre elige a la maga. A pesar de que tengo como líder al caballero, que es al que le he puesto carisma. Voy a tocarme un poco las narices.
This isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
Volume of poetry.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
¿Qué es esto?
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. What
The
nonsense.
night can see
The
through armor.
Pseudomonarchia
Princess
Daemonum.
Buttercup with the
The
blushing
first edition
bottom.
too.
Stand
Most
back.
promising.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? In the name of Amun-Hor, I bid thee Tujda Geta Hal, be welcome, human.
My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine.
Discovered in this library?
I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it?
The lesser key.
When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicile toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amon Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that chance had put in his way. He raised me like I was his own, this kindest of souls, taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence and pride.
No es que vaya vestida como una bibliotecaria.
This is the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new
Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
demonology for dumbbells? Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. The first edition too. Most promising.
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these
The
books sprout
lesser
little legs
key
in the
of
night.
Salacandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Who placed this book here? A volume of
This
poetry
isn't the
among novels?
grimoire I'm looking
Rack!
for.
What
The
mayhem!
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. The first edition too. Most promising. Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Kajdinar.
Se ha cambiado la
The
actitud.
brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have...
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. What do you mean? Why? And don't forget, I'm the... You're interested. A word of warning, though, those nasty...
Pay the big change on your book with a wink.
So tell me, Septimus.
Legion's greetings. I am so fair, steadfast will I. Jake's murder is. You claim to possess And what questions are those? This place is practically a. Don't even mention those rotten.
Lords above, grant me. I am Esmeralda, wife of Starstone. Do you mean to imply? Like I told just about. So what happened? Oh, don't put stop. Well, what do you want to know? Sicile had the. They came out of nowhere.
Quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
Ya he comprado eso. Bueno, ahora compraré.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? That depends. Ah, marvelous.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in sorcery. To the gallows, I say.
The gallows? Well, I've heard of such a thing, but I've never seen...
What? Oh, yes. This library, my Victoria has... Yes. What? Oh,
What
A
nonsense.
volume of poetry among novels?
The Encyclopedia Demonium.
Mayhem.
I know it by
In the
heart.
name of Amun-Hor, I am Victoria. When I was the fisherman who found me, he raised me like I... Indeed you may.
A ver, cielo sale por
Night
sí.
can see through armor.
Rojo esto, ¿no?
Princess Buttercup
something
with
more
the blushing
Ah,
spot.
calavera sin mandíbula sale en rojo.
The Encyclopedia
Esmeralda does have a
Demonium.
propensity
I
for
know
all
it
things
by heart.
naughty, hasn't she?
I've got my eyes on the prize.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stecken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all
The
things
Lesser
naughty,
Key of
hasn't she?
Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most promising.
I've got my eyes on the prize.
A ver.
Cache d'Nor. A brief
The
history
Lesser
of
Key
sorcery
of
still hasn't been returned.
Sadakandras. Ugh,
Teleron
what
will have to pay
nonsense.
yet another
The
fine.
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most promising.
Voy a meter con mejora.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh.
Volume 1.
I need
Volume
something
2.
more advanced.
But where's the third one gone?
The Encyclopedia
Shut up.
Demonium.
Sometimes I, think
know
these
it
books
by
sprout
heart.
little legs in the night.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most
Cache d'Nor.
promising.
A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras.
The knight
Ugh,
in
what
see-through
nonsense.
armor. Princess Buttercup
The
with the blushing
Encyclopedia
bottom.
Demonium. I know it by heart.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most promising.
Cache d'Nor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Cache d'Nor. A brief history of sorcery
Demonology
still
for
hasn't been returned.
dumbbells. Ugh.
Teleron will have to pay yet
Need
another
something more
fine.
advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! Mayhem.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most promising.
Cache d'Nor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Entrada por el estilo.
Cache d'Nor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet
Demonology
another
for
fine.
dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced.
Vamos
Is
a
there no
ser
new
para
book to be discovered in
alguna
this library?
misión. que todavía no he encontrado. Solo de Nick decapitado.
Demonology for
A volume of
dumbbells.
poetry among novels?
I need something
Rack.
more advanced.
Mayhem.
The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
The knight in see-through armor? Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom? Stenteken. Esmeralda does
this
have a
isn't the
propensity
grimoire
for all
I'm
things
looking for.
naughty, hasn't she?
Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels? Rack. What mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Kajdanor. Brief history of sorcery still
Demonology
hasn't
for
been returned.
dumbbells.
Valoron will have to pay yet
I
another
need something
fine.
more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. I need something
Volume
more
1,
advanced.
Volume 2.
The Pseudomonarchia
Where's the third one
Demonum.
gone?
And the first
Shut
edition
so.
too. Most
Sometimes I think
promising.
these books sprout little legs in the night.
La cual conforma el cadáver.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Demonum. And the first edition too.
Ciencia al fuego.
Most
Volume
promising.
1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Demonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Valoron will
The
have to
Lesser
pay yet
Key
another
of
fine.
Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Replace this book here. A volume of poetry.
Demonology
novels.
for dumbbells.
Rack.
Ugh,
Mayhem.
I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Demonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Valoron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh,
Volume
I
1,
need something more
Volume 2.
advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
A volume of
The
poetry.
Pseudomonarchia
novels.
Demonum.
Rack.
And the first edition too. Most promising.
Casera. No sé, esa de espada casera y daga casera me suena que posiblemente cualquier espada que encuentres por ahí en cualquier botín va a ser mejor que esa.
The knight in see-through
Pseudomonarchia
armor.
Demonum.
Princess
And the
Buttercup
first
with the
edition
blushing
too.
bottom.
Most promising.
Stenteken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras.
The knight in
Ugh, what
see-through
nonsense.
armor. Princess Buttercup with the
The
blushing
Encyclopedia
bottom.
Demonium.
Stenteken.
I know it by heart.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Lesser Key of
Volume
Sadakandras.
1,
Ugh,
Volume
what
2.
nonsense.
But where's the third one
The
gone?
Encyclopedia Demonium. I know
Sometimes I
it
think
by
these books
heart.
sprout little legs in the night. Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
También.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Poetry, novels, mayhem.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense.
Replace this
The
book here.
Encyclopedia
A volume
Demonium.
of poetry,
I know
novels,
it by heart.
Urak. Mayhem.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Replace this book here. A volume of poetry among novels, Urak. Mayhem.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh, I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Replace this book here. A volume of
The
poetry
Lesser
among
Key of
novels,
Sadakandras.
Urak.
Ugh, what
Mayhem.
nonsense. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been
Demonology for
returned.
dumbbells.
Celeron will have to
Ugh,
pay yet another
I
fine.
need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. No, this isn't the grimoire. Omnes autem mali daemonis quam. What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Sicil.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone?
Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you hardly resemble the local fisher folk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless. I would tell you my reasons, But it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers for an additional champion. A pity, really.
Princess Buttercup
Ah,
with
sí,
the
el
blushing
máximo son
bottom.
4.
Stentecken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Demonology for
A sauce hunter! Oh, what a sight for sore Sicilian eyes! Me? I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined at the hip, but that's all changed now. Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. Oh, but of course, I've always loved that scamp to bits. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Aureus now and then. But then those blasted Fabulous Five came into town. That band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to run off with them on some mission to God knows where.
Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Podré preguntar luego a esta gente.
Shansu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
Podré cogerlo sin que sea robar.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Me sale en rojo, así que supongo que sí.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Rack! What mayhem!
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Golly gosh! One who flaunts the highways and byways of silly old Sicile with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. I do declare such a sight is rather rare around here. But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you must be one of those hunters one hears so much about. Charmed, I'm sure. I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is hardly a coincidence. Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, it's rather mutual, actually. But that pet of a puss simply doesn't have a penny to his name. At the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well starve, wouldn't they, with an alley cat for a papa? Oh dear Sam, he's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And dear me, one must have at least a mite of standards. But of course, darling, be my guest. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Darling man, he dotes on me so. Heavens forbid! No, fear is rather too strong a term there, Hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you, they are just as easily outwitted.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? My dear girl, my darling adopted daughter, my pride and joy. I introduced her to my library when she was a girl. She quickly proved that the preconceptions we humans hold of orcs as savage beasts are patently false. If you're looking for something special, just ask. She knows every book by heart. Papa's smart little cookie. Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place. I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend, my eye. I've always been more fond of cats myself.
The finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Vale, hay que ir a hablar con el gato.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself?
I think I'll sleep by the fire tonight, once the regulars stagger home. Aye, so there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She wants a Tom of means, not privation. One who brings home the sardines and the occasional halibut. Would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones, said to have once been worn by a far-off Maharaja's best hunting cheater.
Challenging the
Like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it. A gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around by the waves like a ball in a game of catch. Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Worn perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and Maxine my Caesarina. By all means. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him. Best anchovy fisher in the world he was.
That purring sound. Mind control vibrations, I'm sure. Don't be seduced, comrades.
Oh, sorry, Medora. I didn't mean to frighten you. Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for... Yes, you must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside that. I believe I have... Yes, you must...
Really now? I can't afford to indulge in chit-chat with my legion of followers.
Ah, you return and humble me with your presence. Such a pleasure. Who? Tom? Doesn't ring a bell. Oh, hold on. Yes, of course, Tom. One of our most recent additions to the Fellowship. Brave kid, smart as a tack. He'll prove to be a wonderful addition to the family yet.
No me hizo dónde está.
Oh, you'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course.
Tendría que alistarme ahora.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Es que decía que los muertos vivientes eran más fuertes al norte o al oeste.
Fancy that! A source hunter barging in when the lady of the house is fully dressed. Who could have fathomed such a thing?
Los baños. Ayuntamiento. Todo yo el ayuntamiento.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Cyseal itself. They don't write epics about morticians, but I'm proud of my work nonetheless. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days, with so many laid low by the orcs and such like. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace. What about it? Didn't I just say we gave it a respectable send-off? Why are you giving me the 3rd degree? Now, if you don't mind, I'm trying to run a business here.
The death man is nervous as a squirrel. I'm certain he's hiding something.
She said it, not me.
Aquí he abierto todas las tumbas, la verdad. Encuentro nada raro en el sitio.
Here lies Patrick. You can kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me. Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit or a lovable prankster ghost? Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit or a lovable prankster ghost? Here lies Gregory, whose wife told him so. Here lies Judith, warrior princess. Here lies Neil. Killed in the line of duty, I want to go home. Here lies Patrick. You can kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me. Here lies Kimberly. Finally. Here lies Jacques, the
So
oldest
many
man
dead
in Sicily.
civilians.
Get off my
It's an
grave,
honor
you
to visit the
jackanapes.
fallen.
But
Rest
yours is
in
not a
peace,
sad
darling.
fate, I think. To join the grass? To become food for the trees and flowers? What could be more peaceful?
In memory of Loni, death lies on her like an untimely frost upon
Peace
the
be with
sweetest-
you, traveller. May your lost loved ones...
Here lies Nemris,
Rest in
master
peace,
of philosophy.
darling.
Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive. Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb.
Lamb chops.
Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Sicil pie in the afterlife?
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from. And here you are. Wow! This is great! I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great! Have you been rolling around on dead things all day? That's my favourite hobby too. You know who I miss? Jake. Sometimes he'd just sit there being awesome. And I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend. I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was awesome. If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most awesome Jake who ever jaked, I'll bark so much! Seriously, so much! You have no idea! I smell rotten lamb chops.
May the seven keep you.
Vale, conversación.
That shovel has proven worth its weight, it seems.
Lamb chops.
Indeed. And who knows what manner of riches we'll unearth together with this tried and true treasure digger.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
Oh, for the seven's sake. Those shining eyes are better fit for a puppy than a source hunter.
I smell rotten lamb chops.
Rest in peace, darling.
What trickery is this? That's not Jake.
It's a rotting sheep's corpse.
Jake?
It
Where are
seems
you?
someone snatched
Are you
Jake's
here,
body.
Jake? Jake!
Rest in peace, darling.
Suficiente, 70.
I smell rotten lamb chops.
Vale, preguntar otra vez a la funeraria.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? A sheep? That's a whole heap of nonsense. Don't bother me with such wild tales.
Vale, puedo intimidar, caminar o razonar. Que supongo será el juego este de piedra, papel, tijera. Pero ahora como tengo el caballero espero poder utilizar el bonus de carisma.
I suppose you're right. A corpse is one thing, and I couldn't stand to have the disappearance of a living soul on my conscience. Come, I'll tell you the whole story. I buried that blasted sheep, but I swear on my lucky left foot I had nothing to do with that body disappearing. 1 minute it was on my slab, you see. I left the room for just a moment to answer the bell in the front parlour, and when I returned, the body was simply gone. In its place was a sack containing more gold coins than I could even count. The message was clear. Silence is golden. My business has been declining right alongside the rest of our blighted city. And that sack of gold was worth more than I made during one of the good years. I needed cash, and someone needed my silence. I knew I had to bury something or risk being found out. So that night, I stole into the market and made off with Bertia's fattest sheep. It was a bloody waste to stick so much fine meat into the ground to rot, but it had to be done. The next day, the pallbearers retrieved Jake's coffin, sealed to hide the body's terrible wounds, none the wiser that within the casket lay nothing more venerable than a slaughtered beast. Now, you can imagine I've spent more than my share of restless nights, wondering who could have wanted that cadaver and for what purpose. I'm not an inch closer to imagining the why, but I've got a few inklings as to the who. Near as I can reckon, there are only 4 people who could have been involved. Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, Theleron's apprentice Evelyn, and Esmeralda. Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep, if he were so inclined. Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, if I noticed anything strange or suspicious about the remains. Can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble, unless he knew something the rest of us don't. I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary, and there was something about her that night, some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts, that there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to an occasion such as that. And this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole, but her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never did figure what he wanted it for, but he sure seemed eager. I never saw a widow less distraught at the death of her husband, and I've seen hundreds pass through my parlor. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched, lured me outside claiming she needed air, before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it.
Sacar tanta piedra, voy a ganar. Piedra la gente.
Well, with all the troubles plaguing Sicil, I suppose us natives ought to put our finest feet forward. Here, take the gold and give it to someone who actually deserves it.
Yo lo necesito mucho. Que... A ver, me voy a pasar por el comercio, o sea, por el comercio. Cerca de la habitación del asesinato suena la musiquilla esta ominosa.
Do I seem like the sort who can stand
¿Dónde estaba el mercado?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I'm straight. I'm true. Harry's by the dozen.
Not the moon for cheese. Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Not the moon for cheese. The excuse is more home than the slice of this pie. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Not the mood for cheese. The excuse is more home than a slice of this fine woman.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and
Tengo que ver por aquí algún herrero o algo que venda armaduras. Digamos, ¿dónde?
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead.
Nonsense, Venerable One. Those are only chickens. And plump, juicy ones at that.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Excuse me? This is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant. I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it. I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is. Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away. Quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with Grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates, they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh.
¿Qué es lo que estaba pasando por ahí arriba?
Little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded. But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously. You are? I thank you a million times for your help. Who have you decided should receive the healing stone?
Tone, soothing a corpse
corpse's troubled mind can't have gotten far.
Boris's life has just begun. We can't cut it short now. He should receive the stone.
There's no way Boris should receive that stone over Stephen. Think of Stephen's wife, his children, his grandchildren.
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
Stephen's an old man. He has lived a long, full life. Boris should have that same chance.
Stephen's death will hurt far more lives than Boris's will. Let's minimize the heartbreak of this terrible situation and save Stephen.
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
No, we'll do as I say.
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man, but my heart breaks for the other.
Thank
No,
the
no, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This lightning!
The corpse's troubled mind. I don't know what I deserve this far. I'm beyond grateful.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado?
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
I know it's here somewhere. I really want to ruin this particular batch.
Can't say I didn't want to live. Wanted it with every fiber of my heart. Not just for my own sake, but for my family, you know. Oh, my Matilda. What'll my sweet Matilda do? Enjoy what remains of your life, will you? Never know when it'll be snatched out from under you.
I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
Responsibilities.
Un hechizo de curación. Debería curarle.
I'm feeling stronger already. 1,000 thanks to you, my hero. I promise I won't waste the life you've given me. What will I do? What won't I do? Seeing how short life can be, how easily it can be taken from you. I'll see it all, do it all. And after I've climbed every mountain in Riverland and smooched every girl who'll have me, I'll devote myself to learning the magic that saved me. Everyone deserves to feel the thrill of a renewed life. I'll see you around then. I'm liable to spring out of this bed at any minute. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
To ruin this particular batch of party elixir. Too much wormwood.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell.
Please, leave me. I've not long for the world now, and I'll enjoy what remains of your life.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
No quería hacer eso.
Welcome back, Source Hunters. I've been eagerly expecting you. You found another star stone, haven't you? Go on. Ask me how I know. Aha! Mere child's play when you know what to look for. And luckily, I do. Do you remember when you first arrived on this plane? When the dormant portal that led us to this hall sprang to life? It's happened again, my friend. Another portal has reignited. The end of time is growing by the stone. It's all connected somehow. You, this place, the void, the stones. Soon we'll have unraveled the whole truth. Oh, how I do love a good mystery. You don't imagine that I'd presume to explore it before you? No, that would be most unmannerly. And not to mention, well, the...
Y de nuevo vuelve a elegir a la maga para hablar. Que tengo de líder al caballero.
No, I'm sure it's nothing. It's just that beyond the portal, I sense a presence that I can't quite account for. It is at once powerful and faint. Perhaps only a shadow, perhaps more. But this is only speculation, of course. Come, let me show you the way. Once you're through, you'll be able to report exactly what we're dealing with.
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest.
I wonder who awaits you in the next chamber. I wonder what they'll say. Well, aren't you going to leap through? Who knows what wonder awaits you? Well, aren't you going to leap through? Who knows what...
What an impressive room.
So it is. A hall fit for kings.
John Smith. Arte.
You. It cannot be you. But it can only be you. The Guardians. Those I deceived. Those that deserted me. But oh, how weak you have become. As weak as you used to be strong. Look about you. You used to lead, and now you follow, ignorant of your faults and ignorant of your fate. That it has come to this. Woe to the world that it has come to this. He won't believe me, the fiend. But they have come.
Vale, o sea, deje algún NPC, vendrá aquí. El cordero asado. pasado. El fin de los tiempos. ¿Qué es eso?
Well, wouldn't you look fine with a strapping warrior at your side? Or is it mages you prefer? An eagle-eyed ranger? A stealthy pickpocket? Take your pick of my swords for hire. Of course, Chief. But maybe you ought to get rid of some of your old ones first. Never does well to sour one batch in sight of the other.
O sea, puedo contratar aquí a gente.
Who do you think that creature in there was?
I haven't the foggiest. But the eerie bit is that she seemed to know us.
Good to see you on the shelter plane. A home away from home, is it not? Most certainly. Ah, yes, the Hall of Heroes. Once upon a time, great feasts were held there in honor of heroes graced by the gods themselves. In that room, mortals and immortals dined side by side.
Una canción de Manowar.
I can't think of a better place to gather new heroes, should you come across such rarities, so that when needed, they can serve you in your quest against the Void. Like you, she is a mystery. But she seems to know you, doesn't she? Perhaps you'll meet her again and we'll learn more about her and about you.
My pepper. Did it sprout legs and run away?
Ah,
Unknown to all time, are you? Leave it to an imp to try to fill our minds with all manner of magical gobbledygook. I'll tell you who you are. Source hunters, members of the most esteemed order in Rivellon. Here to find out and grind out every last speck of dark magic in the realm. There, the enigma is solved. Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. What are you? You think I'm... No, comrade. You can keep the honor of being the object of the Space Im's special interest all to yourself. I just hope this fancy of yours doesn't interfere with your real job, or have you forgotten that little detail already? You're a source hunter first, last, and always, comrade.
As many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind I encountered, aren't you? Yes, by nearly 20 centimeters of tibia, as my memory serves. But no matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Yeah? Me? Why, I'm more than a little surprised you haven't heard of me. Perhaps I can jog your memory. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by a single application of Cicuta Douglasii on the tongue. Not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late. Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master. She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
No, está en la otra habitación, está ahí delante tuya, ¿no ves?
She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it. But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself. Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones. The world belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter. Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all. Certainly, what would you like to know? The counsellor. Terrible loss, that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know. I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it. That strange reaction you caused, blue lightning from a healing stone, I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction. Is that so? Well, I handled the corpse myself, indeed, but I hardly knew the man in life. I was shocked when Ahu asked me to come to the crime scene, but Theliron had taken ill, and the responsibility fell to me. I arrived at the inn, where the body lay just where it had fallen. The injuries were like nothing I'd ever seen. A single intricate laceration wove like lace around every inch of his skin. Neither a beginning nor an ending point were discernible. I examined the corpse and recorded what information I could. I personally delivered the corpse the short distance to the mortician's house. As far as I know, everything was, as far as a magical murder is concerned, quite normal. I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability for the work. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order, from a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as a wound or as senseless as an epidemic to take a human life?
Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far. Soothing a corpse's troubled mind can't have gotten far.
Bueno, a ver. Vale, entonces, dicho que Evelyn, Calde, Capitán Aureo, Esmeralda. Sospechosos.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens!
Sorry, sir. That's it, troops. Train up while you can. The next orcish strike could land at any moment.
Sir! No, sir!
Those books will embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You said you're funny, Private. Sir, Ah, the Source Hunter. Oh, joyous hour. Yes? Discovered anything? Have you found any incriminating evidence against her? If so, like I said, the girl's known to be a flirt. But that sob of a feral doesn't have the mettle to commit murder. And as far as I'm concerned, neither has she. It was stolen? Gods, what a fool that Roberts is! Taking a bribe in beleaguered old Sicil. Ah, what was he going to do with that gold? Buy the largest kipper in the land? He has a lot to answer for, but not as much as the one that did the bribing in the first place. Guess your mission is pretty clear, isn't it? Off you go to find this munificent body snatcher. You dare stand here and accuse me of involvement in this sordid affair? You dare accuse a captain of the Legion? Get out! Out! Before I have my men erect a gallows and string up a Source Pinata! Oh, what now? Oh, still not finished with that sorry matter. It was stolen. Yes, yes. Well, I assume it. You suspect the mayor? Dear me, you couldn't be further from the mark if you lay the blame on a paraplegic cow. The man raised a foundling orc out of the goodness of his heart, you dolt. A murder indeed. Evelyn? Master Theriron's apprentice? Nice lass, huh? Brewed me a potion once that cured me of a rash more bothersome than a badger down your breeches. No, she doesn't seem like the type to play hide-and-seek with stiffs to me. Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face!
Can you spare a coin? One coin or two, noble spirit? One coin or two? May the soul of Astarte smile upon you, kind stranger. Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits. Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined any small fortune I might have had, but certainly granted me humility. I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools' advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow I believed that I was the exception. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions, all my worldly possessions and became a great figure of piety and humility. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul.
¿Dónde están las estatuas?
Just waiting for his big debut.
Espera, aquí hay diálogo.
So those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Seal, what you're made of.
Makes sense to me. How can you explore the spirit when you're busy keeping up with the Joneses?
Indeed. He said himself that he's finally learned humility. Maybe he made the right choice, really.
Situación de rasgos. Eres inmune al miedo.
You there! Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and I'm playing to an empty audience. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head. Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition. It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty handkerchief. Can you spare a coin? Show all of them. Seal, what you're made of. Beer and flash.
Fantastic! Bravo!
You
Bravo!
there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Fantastic!
My word!
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katerina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place? Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience. The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards.
Yeehaw!
And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform broadside pageants for peanuts. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. Don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle something up for you. Take it up with Katerina. She's the master of this pig circus after all.
Fantastic! Did he crave creamy blues and gory
My
reds
word.
that he ordered a contest across his realm.
By the seven! What a tale!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Eliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Bravo!
You there!
Yeehaw!
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a seven head.
My word!
Step right up!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Today, I think, a king.
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Sicil as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain. Ah! Yes, I know of that talentless bull. He was here entertaining the troops before I was brought in. I'm sure the hack simply bored his audience to tears until they cried for a replacement. Enter Reginald the Illusionist. We need our boys in red happy, relaxed, and ready to fight. Not wasting their energies cringing at a fool with a depressed rabbit in a borrowed hat. That's right, a talking head. And he doesn't just talk. He'll weave you a yarn so fantastic, you'll be begging to hear just one more, and just one more. It's quite a story how I found him, too. I obtained this curio by some rather sensational means. You see, I was diving in search of a rare medicinal sea herb. I volunteer at the local children's apothecary on weekends, in the shallows around Sicil's own Black Cove, when I spotted something amazing. The chest belonging to the fabled Captain Pontius.
My word!
Though the chest was stuck fast, I summoned a swell of great strength and prized it free from the ancient rock. I had the treasure of a lifetime in my very hands, but then, slurp, gulp, I was swallowed by an ornery kraken that seemed to appear from nowhere. In the hubbub, I lost hold of my prize and watched it sink to the bottom of the beast's cavernous belly. Still, I feared only for a moment that all was futile. Before my mind's eye swam the faces of the many war widows and leprotic orphans who would be lost without my charitable support. I knew I had to live. Grabbing fast to the hilt of a cutlass that floated by at just that moment, I summoned all my strength to slash a great gash in the creature's gut. Freeing myself from my would-be tomb, I swam as quickly as I could, first to the surface and then to the shore. It was there, along the rocky beach, that I tripped over this talking head. Strange, isn't it?
Fantastic!
Ah! Fantastic! Fantastic!
A talking head? What dark sorcery is this?
Today, I think,
A
as
strange fellow, isn't
the great
he?
Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Oh, don't
It
be
is said,
afraid.
and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Sicile. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale. Psst. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst. Now help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything.
Fantastic!
It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
What do you think you are doing? My word! You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
My word! Fantastic!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who
By
is said
the
to have
seven!
known Sigurd
What a
himself,
tale!
that the king had a great thirst
My
of
word!
colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
My word!
My
Today,
word!
I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew
Dar alguna forma de conseguir llevarme la cabeza, ¿no?
Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst of power. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Era la puesta de reguinado. Esto es reparación. Te vas a reparar tu equipo. A ver, ¿qué dice la oveja?
Ma! If you think black sheep are weird, try weird sheep.
Anda, mujer lana.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure you want to disturb it?
No, that would be an insult to the dead.
And a disgrace to whomever is maintaining this gravesite, too.
You step away from the grave.
Compasivo, que me da compasivo. Pero de crítico aumenta un 3%.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it. Meh.
Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a proper night's sleep in months.
Ah, vale, esa de curación. ¿Es la llave esa de reinar que decía? Dices es. Solamente era robar, coger la manzana.
I guess someone else got here first. Oh, hum. Now this is valuable.
Sí, qué raro.
You there! You don't
Hola,
look like
Lisa, ¿qué
someone
tal?
who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
My word!
My word!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
I'll figure out who murdered Jake before the day's through. Just you wait. Detective Kip is on the case.
Liberté, equality, and brotherhood for all will turn the record cleaver of decapitation upon you. Revolution is coming!
Ah, a familiar face. Come, watch. It seems even my... And even when there's no crowd to... I don't know how...
My word!
Tougher kids! This here is the quickest illusion. Back for more, I see. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan rattling off legendary yarn after yarn.
Today, I think, the king, the great
Bravo! Yeehaw!
Fantastic!
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. You found something decent to perform, I trust, and you've gathered enough actors to do it justice? Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He alone can adequately prepare you for the stage.
What is it this time? Katerina's given the go-ahead, has she? Oh, very well then. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage. Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure you'll do just fine. May the show begin! Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness the spectacle, and then you can begin. Any last words?
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. Now, let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is. The stage is yours.
Oh, come on, we haven't got all day.
The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Bravo! Good show! Bravo!
The crowd is thrilled. Whatever will happen next is sure to excite them. The crowd seem quite impressed with your delivery. Keep it up.
Good show!
Good show.
Fantastic! Bravo!
The crowd gasps. They're on the edge of their seats. Go on. Push them over.
Fantastic! Fantastic! Fantastic!
Gasps ring out across the audience. They must know how it ends. They simply must.
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
The crowd explodes into applause and appreciation. You've woven them a tale of desperation and hope, and they are alive with the thrill of it.
Took my breath away, it did.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut!
What is it this time?
Bravo! Bravo! Well, I'm certainly not afraid of admitting when I'm wrong. That was, well, nearly enjoyable. I suppose you earned yourself a little something for your trouble. Wouldn't you agree? Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are. Entertainment is...
No es que me haya dado dinero, puede ser.
Come on! Can't you hear the stage
My
calling
word!
My word. My word.
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew
Fantastic!
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. Ah, a familiar face. Come, watch the... Performers, Sherman, show on.
Ha! Tricks are for kids. This here is the greatest illusion in Andavale. My word.
My word.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a clandestine operation?
Fantastic!
A resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd.
don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
Today, I think, a king.
My word.
The great Sigurd
Sí,
and his
tronco lluvia,
rainbow
la gente
of
seguirá.
war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, it is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
Fantastic!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
No parece.
You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
My word!
You there! You look like an act. What is it this time? Katarina's given the Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you. Oh, here we go again. Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you?
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. Not long now. The audience is just about to take its seat.
Ah, vale, claro. Perdón.
What a tale!
Oh, come on, we haven't got all day.
Think a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. What do you call us? A resourceful hunter.
Come one, come all, and
Well, what's the hold up?
The stage is yours.
bravo!
Fantastic!
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Oh, I hope there's an encore. Simply marvelous.
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Fantastic.
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home.
Good show.
They like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Se va todo el mundo.
Fantastic!
Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you? What is it this time?
I'm all a quiver.
Well, I must say that was, well, impressive. A bit like myself during my blue period. Oh, here we go. Not planning on playing to an empty audience.
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated.
By the seven, what a tale! What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world. Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take in this first-rate entertainment all day long. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cecile hears me. Cecile wants to see what the fuss is all about. And let me tell you, this amazing show just can't be beat. Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the hottest ticket in Cecile. You're lost, buddy. You know where to find me if you change your mind about your sad little crowd, though. What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right... Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best. And at 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's in order, Chief. So, ready for a bigger crowd than you can shake a stick at? Stand back and watch this.
He had a great thirst for...
Well, what's the hold up?
The stage is yours.
Fantastic! By the seven, what a tale!
If I wanted to wait around...
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Bravo!
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before. The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Fantastic!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home. They like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
What is it this time? Don't let your head swell too much now. I may have quite enjoyed your last performance, but I'm not one to gush. Oh, here we go again. Not planning on playing to an empty...
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated.
If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd get a job at court.
Today, I think, a king. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get.
If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd
The
get a
stage
job
is
at-
yours.
Simply marvelous!
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Bravo!
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Good shot!
The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
I hope there's an encore.
Simply marvelous!
Simply marvelous.
Simply marvelous!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home.
Oh, I hope there's an
They
encore!
like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
What is it this time? Don't let your head swell too much now. I may have quite enjoyed your last performance, but I'm not one to gush. Now, let's not make a scene. I already told you you were not... Performers, showmen!
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are.
I'm all a quiver.
De hecho, que lo lleve al sótano de este hombre.
A little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester. We can finally speak freely. Where shall we begin? My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt. Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every inane opinion. When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Seal Fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore. That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent, so he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real vision for the stage. What I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again. More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as my poor memory serves. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Vale, o sea que me lo tengo que llevar. Y por cierto, todavía no subo de nivel. Ok. Puntos. Nivel 3, o sea que...
I will never forget you.
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Seal what you're made of.
It's all over. Stefan! I will never forget you.
Bueno, me vais sin cabeza.
Cedric's show is a doozy! Woo!
All right.
Wow.
This is the finest show in the land!
Wow.
Oh, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? And things are certainly buzzing around here. Oh, just like old times. The rush, the thrill. What a delight. Please stay and enjoy the show, though you may have some trouble finding a seat.
Wow.
All right. All right.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
All right. Cedric's show is a doozy! Woo!
Can you spare a coin?
This is the finest show in the land!
Liberté! Equality!
Algo que esta mujer tenga para vender. No puedo hablar con ella, o sí.
Salutations, Source Hunter. I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you.
A ver, ¿cómo te voy a poner aquí? Bueno, disparos de práctica pesada del médico. Hombre, es mejor que la que tengo. Solo cuesta 389. Podría vender esto, a ver.
Divines doubly
Y
bless you,
darle.
friend.
Hombre, esta gorro de tela desgastado es mejor que el casco que llevo, que las narices. ¿Qué quería hacer ahora? Bueno, hablar con el alcalde.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens!
What? Oh, it's you! What news?
No se vaya a enfadar como el capitán.
What? Oh, it's you! Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Now I remember. Well, I'm sure the facts will prove me innocent. Keep investigating. You'll see for yourselves in time.
Turjageta, friend.
Thunderous. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
Nighting
I
see-through
know it by
armor.
heart.
cara.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentaken.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Gorman.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Aaron has as many friends as the bands with many cheeses.
A quiet day on the market, it seems.
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. So, what piece of irrefutable evidence are you about to present me with this time? Starstone? I've never heard of such a... Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? I am Esmeralda. Well, what do you want to know?
Legion's greetings, Hunter. You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda, and what questions are those?
Pues no sé.
Sorry, sir.
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
What? I'd never. If you must know, I was merely checking up on Maxine, the mayor's cat.
What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. A perfect puss, if ever there was one. And what might those be? Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerating source of destructive magic to it, and Bobcat's your uncle. Those who are raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn or simply burn the midnight oil, I haven't spied a single soul worthy of true suspicion. The enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. Yet I am somehow convinced that you may succeed where the Legion and I have failed. Call it in. You have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But to the Legion they are green-skinned death incarnate. Until they conclude what mischief they intend to see through, or, less likely, they are conclusively defeated, we can but bar the gates and hole up like mice while the cats are on the prowl. By all means. Of course. I hope your investigation fares well. His body is gone, replaced with that of a sheep. This is all very disconcerting, to say the least. Grave robbery reeks of necromancy. Could Jake have been involved with those that raise the dead? It seems too improbable to be true, but nevertheless, you're onto something, Hunter. Do follow the scent and see where it leads you. I can but piece together what few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion. I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town is already mental. Now, it may well be established that she is in fact the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but I can't say much more but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy.
Ah, vale, los del oeste son más débiles.
would you have the Legion arrest?
To the barracks! Nuts! Recruits! That was sloppy.
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My sheep is missing. An orc ate my baby. Night and day, day and night.
Las cosas, bueno, se podría ir aquí. A ver qué me cuenta el capitán del barco. Es donde conseguir cánfulas. Otro juego de rol sería en los bajos fondos o alguna cosa así, pero aquí, ni idea.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Please don't disrespect. So what they said.
I'm seeing 2 feet approaching me, and here you are. My powers astound even me. I'm Bull, the leading clairvoyant in Seal. The 2 feets never bother to ask, but I see all that is and is to be. Of course, most winsome 2 feet, of course. What would you like to know? Death. Ever the most difficult topic to foretell. I see. Oh dear. No. No. Your reading is over. Do you hear? Over.
Well, tuck my tail and call me Bessie. A 2 feet addressing me directly? Huh. I thought I'd never see the day. Don't know what you said to upset Bull, but don't worry about it too much. Being in tune with the flow of time takes a lot out of him. Oh, me and my brother Bull have dragged this here cart all around Sightseal, from dock to graveyard and back again.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride?
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythel anymore?
Is that
Speaking of useful gore, that loopy
Yes, sir.
really
That's
thinks
fine.
that
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sightseal? Aye, that Cecil's worse than a rooster, crowing all around town about matters he ought to know are better kept quiet. Well, if you know about the staff, I suppose you also know it's gone without a trace. For my part, I haven't a clue where it could have gone. Overboard, stolen, or vanished into thin air. Though I'm quite eager to see it return. I've got a reputation to uphold, you know. Wouldn't hurt to ask some of my men. I tried myself, but sailors tend to be a bit tight-lipped when they're afraid of getting one another in some trouble. Seaman's code, you know. Not to rat out a fellow sailor.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught. Shores? Here? In Sightseal? Bah! Of all the... Was too busy dodging fireballs to notice anything myself. But ask around a bit. Could be one of the other men spied something I didn't.
500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride?
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythel anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards, sauce. Here in Sightseal. Now that you mention it, I noticed Dietmar, a fellow merchant travelling with us, carrying a sealed box off the ship during the attack. At the time, I figured he was just escaping with his personal effects. But it could well have been that staff you're talking about. Well, sure, I saw him slip off the ship, but I haven't a clue where it could possibly be now. Captain Conrad's the man to ask for such matters.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the...
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet? What? That weasel has it for sure. But I'll tell you this. I didn't speak of that stuff to a soul on board. If he's the one who took it, he must have known it was on the ship before stepping foot on her decks. I'm sure he'll make a run for it, probably by boat. I'd look for him on an out-of-sight beach somewhere. He's probably there now, trying to launch a vessel in private. If he hasn't already escaped, that is.
Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride.
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythel anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards.
Vamos a llegar ahí aquí por el oeste, seguramente.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the
Sailor, what news from the mainland?
Joyride? Oh, nothing new, sir.
Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
boys. Steady. We'll be leaving this.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house of Legion goods. Courteous is my name. The Legion is my calling. This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all. Oh, a source hunter. About time the council took us seriously. Maybe you can start with the two idiots hiding their pet orc here.
Indeed. Not even a skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Come now, enough doom and gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair, fanged filly.
Ah, who better than a proven orc crusher to convince my dumbbell of a friend here that orcs are predators, not pets?
Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile, but my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her.
Maybe before the Great Orc Raid we had time to indulge Ninius's idiotic obsessions. But now we're needed at our posts. I can hardly believe I've been wasting time protecting an orc when I should be running them through.
Excuse my friend's violent outbursts. He hasn't enjoyed a woman's touch in quite some time now. It makes him a bit edgy.
Your woman's touch is less of a loving caress and more of a claw shanked brutally through the throat. I'll take my chances as a bachelor, thanks.
My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady? For a brief second, as long as eternity, we locked eyes.
One day you'll show 'em
Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her. A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
Ha! I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds?
Ah, I've always had an amateur interest in all things alchemical. When I read in an esteemed periodical from the Wizards of Youthful Gore about an amazing opportunity that could change my life, I had to act fast or lose the once-in-a-lifetime deal. I sent away for the world-famous love potion, available for a limited time only, and it has worked exactly as promised.
You see what a fool my friend has been. Spending all his cash on snake oil and bringing a temporarily tranquilized monster into our midst to boot.
What kind of monster would lie in a published advertisement? I'm sure the effects of the potion will be everlasting, as printed.
You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or ditch reason and use your sword to shave him from his murderous darling.
Let her live. If that potion were truly worthless, it wouldn't have been able to charm her in the first place. In this docile state, she may prove to be a source of valuable information.
You're right. The information she provides could well turn the tides here in Sicile.
Bravo! I trust not only the potion, but my scaly sweetheart in and of herself.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
You're going to regret this. We're all going to regret this.
No he terminado la
Avert
misión.
your
Así que
gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sheiks.
She wouldn't hurt a fly, and I won't let you.
A man in love with an orc? Blummin' bullfrogs. Is he blind, stupid, or both? Imagine the hell-sent mongrel that'll crawl forth from that union. Why didn't you put her down while you had the chance?
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense. Listen. She's purring, the darling.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore?
Fie on yourself for not preventing the whole affair. You better hope their little mixed breed doesn't grow up with the strength of an orc and the wile of a man. An orc and a man. Next you'll be telling me one of you lot wants to marry a turtle.
Flesh from our faces.
Come now. Enough doom and gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair, fanged filly.
que me daba romántico.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Si no te la suerte aumenta y...
This place reeks of orc stench.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat.
Slimy, reeking, rotting seagull.
Que hay orcos. Ojalá no quiera hablar con el elfo que está en la posada. O sea que hay un baúl de puertecita. Ya se podrá llegar por alguna parte. El tema es por dónde.
tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Ah, you return and humble. Who? Tom? Doesn't ring. Ah, the feud like nothing more than. Of course, of course, of course. All you need to do is sign this waiver, and just like that, snap! You're part of the family. All I need is your lovely little autograph. What do you say?
Alistarse, aquí será la forma de contacto.
Join a guild, better the world, earn a lot of gold. Yes, count me in.
And me. May all the riches in the world be ours.
Marvelous. Magnificent. Oh, but what am I saying? Fabulous is the word. You may not realize it yet, but your fortunes, your very life is about to change for the better. So let us not dilly-dally. To business. Your first assignment is ready and waiting if you're ready and willing. Oh, it's a pretty straightforward task, this one. Now, in this town dwells a wizard. Ahu is his name, and he's a frightful eccentric. Scientific type, you know the kind. Favors reason over faith and all that. Not Fabulous Five material, him. His experimental weapons may keep a couple of skeletons away from the city, but many of his other researches failed, malfunctioned with tragic consequences. One of them was a big lumbering apparatus, a frightful automaton shaped like a giant made of steel. It was supposed to crush the undead by the dozens, piloted as it was by a trained legionnaire. But you can guess what happened. Did it become sentient? Was it cursed? Whatever the cause, the thing relieved itself of its pilot and headed north towards a network of caves. Now ask yourself, what if it comes back? It could smash the city walls and claim 100 lives before being subdued. Luckily, there are those in this world who belong to the Fabulous Five. The braves who eat such monstrosities for breakfast. Go, my friend. Find this wizard's abomination and claim your just reward from Mayor Cecil in the name of our hallowed guild. Easy money.
Come now, Alistair.
Greetings, traveller, and may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation? You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift, and the gift is thus. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye. What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined. She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess. Ah, for this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen, where all may be revealed. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way. Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you.
He says he's an immaculate. But I thought they'd been banished after the death of the Source King.
Immaculate. Haven't heard of their kind, but I don't like the sound of them.
Que hace una nube de veneno bajo la posada.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace. That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. All of this earth is my home, for a few days or even but a few hours at a time, that is. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't. For you and for me, because outlandish events lead to outlandish wares. Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
A ver qué vende. Gorros, armaduras.
By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is
Reduciendo
nigh.
resistencia.
Death comes a creeping for you,
Le das fuerza de voluntad, ataque artefacto, rapto. Canta a un objetivo. Momento profano. Torpeza. Incisión precisa. Ah, esto es para ladrones.
By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul.
Move along.
Is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
Porque he ganado experiencia.
Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play. My name is Eglandir Twil Selanar, elf of the House of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them bloodier still. The game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab, hush now, darkness, darling, hush, hush, and listen to my tale. The elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every last one of us. The light of dawn never saw an elf of Gandavum no more. All undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no, not until every beast of Kazuldagar has been bled. I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazuldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike. I have tracked her down by the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last. Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand, the heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat slowly breaks.
El forma siniestra.
The orcs of Kazuldagar, they knew my name. Oh yes. By the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant, she who was to be queen. To no avail, oh no. Years, how many I know not. Years I searched, and now she has been found. Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature, one of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow. Victoria, librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazuldagar. By the breasts of Sishara Goatsuckler, give me my revenge!
Supongo que habrá una especie de línea argumental dentro del juego, de la misión, que me permitirá conseguir
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the
He is
hand
as much a savage as those orcs. And how is Victoria guilty of her tribe's crime, if she was but a babe at the time?
Indeed. Victoria probably doesn't even know about her past. And yet she's on a, let's call him, eccentrics hit list.
Vediamolo, vedamene. Es inmune a maldito.
The hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap goldfish.
Red and orange, yellow and green. Veggies, size fields ever seen.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? Oh, yes, the Fabulous Five. Aren't they simply fantastic? I'm sure they'll get the job done in no time, especially with your expert hand lent to their cause. That machine Ahu built is an abomination. It must be stopped at all costs. I bet the wizard himself could provide some advice regarding how to destroy it. He's the mad scientist who crafted it after all. Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That cherub of the book? That seraph of the library? Outrageous! Hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As mayor of Sicil, you have my permission to take drastic measures if need be.
Torjageta, friend.
The encyclopedia.
Kiralizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, he has himself become as great a ghoul as those that wronged him. Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? I live for books, not brutality.
Hombre, si a lo mejor te vistieras de otra forma.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And a first edition too. Most promising.
Ahí va, un bot, por ahí.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Hashizm bil kushum zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do? My amulet? But it is Haxmagi, A sacred token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul.
Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And a first edition too. Most promising.
Esto es un fallo, no tengo que estar aquí 001. Razonar 3, razonar 6.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
When you put it like that, I guess I cannot say that it is. I do this very reluctantly, but fine. Have my talisman. May it fool the elf that would see me dead.
Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Voy a mentir al elfo.
That excuse is more hose than a slice of this fine almond man.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot steel. Here I wait for thee in the dark. But the stab shall bring the light. Minister to death. That is what I want of thee. Yes, yes. Have you made the orc feel the black and biting cold center toward the gangling grip of the greedy grey?
Yes, so it is. So it is. By Angus, the Impaler's favourite steak, you've done well by me. Oh, Ravager of Gazaldagar, the last of their line is dead. The House of Gandavan has been avenged. Sweet flowing blood. The quest of decay is at an end. My wealth is yours. My life is death's. By the hollow sockets of the Voidwood Eye Gouger, I bid thee thanks and fond farewell.
Una cabra. Un gorro de tela, pero necesito identificarlo. De la vaga, la que más inteligencia tiene del grupo. Nos vamos.
Tell me. How fortunate challenging the fables and
cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? You managed to drive him away? But what if he comes back? Are we destined to live in fear forever after?
Tojageta, friend.
This isn't a grimoire.
He has gone. Oh, Dijlazim az Ashtanek. You have saved me. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It is a terror to know someone prays for your demise, but you have undone it. The sun that is your chivalry has dissolved the dew that was Eglandir's hate. May the gods bless your heart and shield your soul from harm.
The first edition too. Most promising.
Como parece el cofre, la recompensa como si fuera un truco de un mago, ¿no? De acuerdo, pero tengo que identificar la
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The pseudo-monarch.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine golden fare.
Let us see if you can
Salvo de
choose the
nivel 1.
finest greens.
Finalmente de identificación.
Aaron has as many friends as the man.
Hay unas gafas, pero no muy bien qué hacen. Carisma, método de la suerte.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
No voy a tener que gastar dinero en
Dearest
identificar esto.
customer, I've never seen an aura so... Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Cosillas nuevas. Cristal identificador. 258 cuesta.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Not in the mood for cheese.
No le da armadura, pero da más 7 puntos de golpe y más 2 de iniciativa.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Aquí ganzúas. Se pueden comprar aquí. Pero cuesta 410 cada uno. Vamos a dar las 10.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more
17.
than a slice of this fine Norman bed.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Que no sé si las flechas sirven para la ballesta.
Let us see if you can
principio
choose
sí.
the finest greens.
Paint a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good
Pero es mejor el arco, creo.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. On the move for cheese. That excuse is more whole
Pero un menos más uno debido a la diferencia de
Potions
nivel.
to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Y ahora 28.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Ahora la resistencia al agua y más uno de iniciativa. Y esta más uno de iniciativa. O sea que es mejor.
On the move for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Norman bed.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Este se parece al de Assassin's Creed, con la capucha blanca. Hostia, es que parece sacado del juego de Assassin's Creed.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap goldfinch.
Yes? I've work to do, so please be brief. I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the arch...
Vale, 5. Esa tienda se puede abrir. 7. Cada vez que gasto, cada vez que abro una puerta se gasta fuera. No, espera, yo creo que esto era la tienda. Listo. A la puerta.
There's a man in town who sells paintings and treasure maps. Do you think he knows the way to the realm of fairy?
Uy, estoy ganando.
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadows.
La rata.
Dead men can't jail anyone.
Vamos a casera. Hermano superior. Vale. Guardo.
Appears to be locked.
I've been struck by lightning!
Buah. O sea, aquí no sé yo si voy a ver las trampas. Las puertas están cerradas. Es una trampa. Sí, sí. Supongo que necesitaría un personaje ladrón. Si no...
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Hola, Warca. Vale, esto apaga. Los de nivel 1 necesitaría más ganzúas.
Baking like a cake.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Syseal's ramparts.
My kingdom for a dry shirt!
¿Qué es esto, Pablo? ¿Y narices hace este hombre por aquí suelto? No, uy. Ay, no, me he equivocado. No quería huir. Quería utilizar la habilidad de carga. Y como he visto ahí el iconito con forma de pies corriendo, digo, ya está, es carga, no, es huir.
Quick shot!
A ver. Remolino. Esto, ariete.
Take no prisoners!
Vale, eso aumenta el daño. Aquí me acerco. Al menos absorbe bastante el daño. Vamos a ver. Ups, me equivoqué. Sería con el martillo. Tira hechizos. ¿Dónde está el enemigo? Aquí.
God's loosed this evil from my blood. I need to dry off.
Mejor estar envenenada.
An invigorating fight that was. And what a killing blow you delivered.
A ver que te acuerdas, espero los cumplidos y aprendas de mi ejemplo. Eso sí nos vendría bien a ambos.
Cheers! Yes, I handled myself like the best of the best. Even if I do say so myself.
Aceitoso, uy, pues fíjate, debería haberlo mirado. Pero vamos, por lo que he podido ver, ralentiza el personaje. Desde que cuando he pasado por encima, la guerrera iba mucho más lenta. Además de que a la hora de que puedes prenderle fuego al aceite.
No need for false modesty where none is needed. You're a born source hunter, and that's a fact.
I've been better already.
Hello there. Welcome to Seal.
No lo he puesto en ningún modo. Estoy mirando uno que aumentaba el número de personajes en el grupo, pero como decían que no estaba muy testeado. ¿Les hace daño el fuego? Ah, bueno, claro, está lloviendo. Que viene este también. Mira, el mojado, más vulnerable a los ataques de electricidad o de hielo, resistencia al fuego más 10, resistencia al aire menos 10%. Aceitoso, no sé exactamente... Si me dejaran mirarlo. No sé exactamente qué hace aceitoso ahora mismo.
I can defeat them all in a blow! Hace daño de fuego y ahora tiene resistencia.
creo que es historia diferente. Creo, bueno, diferente. También cuenta todo esto de los magos de la fuente y demás. Creo que no sé si son siglos después de esto, creo. O sea, siglos, digo, creo que unos 400 de años después. No estoy muy seguro, ¿eh? Que ya con tanto juego de rol ya se me va la cabeza. Los diferentes, digamos, enemigos hacen de cobertura a otros. Estaban apuntando a este de aquí, el arquero, pero la flecha ha rebotado, o sea, ha dado al espadachín. Curioso.
Glow of victory!
Your grave opens to welcome you.
¿Dónde vas tú?
This might sting a little.
Era un zombie, no sé si lo he dicho. Necesito hechizos ofensivos de otros elementos. Espérate, aquí yo viendo, yo con fuego. Vale.
Your grave opens to welcome you. I'll kiss of the serpent.
I need another chance.
No, claro, es que esta posición aumenta el daño, pero reduce la precisión. Adiós, muerto.
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities.
I suppose your example has inspired me to reach heights I'd never before envisioned.
Sí, sí, puedes crear todas las partidas que quieras.
That inspiration hardly flows one way, my friend.
Fuerte.
This must be part of the expedition Lieutenant Selenia was talking about.
Not much we can do for these sad souls. But where are the others?
Sartén. Espera, tengo que identificar todo esto. Ah, ya subió de nivel y todo.
Things got pretty hairy there for a bit.
Restored.
Don't you worry. As long as I'm there to heal you, you'll come to no harm.
Thank you. I know you have my back, and I very much appreciate it.
Un poco raro. Casi más bien, no sé. no sé qué hará falta para subir hombre de armas. Pues es que ahora faltan más puntos aquí. Esto tiene 2 puntos. ¿Será Constitución? A lo mejor lo que hay que subir. Pero tampoco te lo dice. Habrá que aprender 2 niveles de arma. Pero tampoco, bueno. Por nivel no es, porque también son nivel 4 ambos. Pero por inteligencia. A ver, voy a mirarlo. Si subo inteligencia y puede subir. Inteligencia. Ya ves. No. Bueno. Tengo ni idea. Tendré que mirarlo en algún sitio, creo que en el manual o algo. Porque no me queda muy claro por qué con este hombre, por ejemplo, no puedo subir hombre de armas a segundo nivel. O sea que tengo que acumular más puntos. ¿Y algún menú de ayuda o algo? Pero bueno, lo voy a ir dejando ya. Buah, casi 5 horas. Bueno, casi como la otra vez. Son también 5 horas aquí con el Divinity. Pues nada, lo voy a ir dejando por ahora, ya mañana. Veré si juego alguna cosilla. Echando que es fin de semana. Tenemos por aquí más juegos de Kmailer que me han pasado, pero bueno. Pues nada, a todos los que estáis por ahí, por el canal. Nos vemos mañana por aquí. Venga, hasta luego.